Damn, what is up, my internet friends? I seem to be getting better at, or just settling into just going ahead and starting the video without thinking at all, without taking a moment to pause and collect myself, not trying to clear my mind or anything like that, not really trying to do anything in particular before I start the video to, transition from one mind state to another, because I which I think is reflective of more of a stance of not preferring any particular mind state, not trying to achieve anything in particular, which can be hard sometimes. If something happens, or if I do an episode of Walking and Talking and it feels as if some major shift occurred, and then that sort of event becomes objectified in my mind as, it might be something desirable to look for, or it just becomes a solid object in my mind, which can prevent being really open to what I might encounter now in this process. But it's interesting that I'm talking about this, because it seems like even talking about, I'm sort of like talking about something that isn't occurring right now, although maybe to some extent my talking about it starts to manifest something like that, because it could be said that I'm talking about a hypothetical situation that is not the case right now, and so why exactly am I talking about a hypothetical rather than talking about what's going on right now? But as I say that, I noticed that in fact me starting to talking about this hypothetical is in fact me transitioning into talking, one could say, more directly about what's going on right now, which isn't that's an interesting thing to note, and it just sort of happened by itself without me knowing that, without me knowingly trying to shift the focus of my talking to the here and now. And it feels like it's just kind of happening on its own. And I have the sense that the more regular I am about doing this, maybe the more easily I'm going to be settled into something without my mind, having kind of dramatic sudden shifts. But who knows? And also, dramatic sudden shifts might be fun anyways. But the key is just to not stop. Never stop doing your work. Just enough to rest, really, but not, to start getting caught up in worrying over your work. Over analyzing it. so I'm learning to just keep doing this even if I don't feel optimal. Like today I have a little bit of a sore throat and maybe starting to develop a little bit of a sniffle, and I felt inkling of this coming on yesterday, but I just decided to walk and talk anyways, and it was fine. And I think it's probably better in most circumstances just to keep going, regardless of how I feel. And hopefully this is like an overall regulating kind of activity. And for me to stop, to really completely, stop thinking much at all about external factors surrounding walking and talking, like YouTube views and such. Stop thinking about its watchability, because I have to kind of remind myself that it's this isn't that about the atemporality of this medium. It's like this isn't necessarily perfectly geared towards the watching subjects of today, that is, of like you who watch it around the same time that I film it. I mean, it is geared, yes, to you who are able to watch it, you who are watching it right now. It's geared towards you, but it's also that there may be people, there may be in the future, like types of subjects that are more capable of watching this, or maybe even like it's a different form of watching, where the time duration becomes less of a problem. And so, like, for instance, if you have enough attention for it, you can watch this video on 1.5 speed or 1.75 speed or even 2 times speed, I think, by adjusting the settings there in YouTube. And if your attention is strong enough, maybe you can still absorb this communication. And I hold out for the possibility of more powerful forms of consciousness in the future that could be able to absorb all of this much faster or instantly or something like that. Like they are developing AI, and they're developing speech recognition, and starting to develop language comprehension in AI. And so there could come a time where some AI can just like scan through all of the YouTube archives and absorb everything at once and comprehend it all. And so maybe this is my like planting a little time capsule for for that time or something like that. A little a little rich repository of one particular human consciousness going off in a relative vacuum for a long amount of time. And when I talk about AI, I don't necessarily mean something that's totally divorced from human consciousness either. I mean, if there are hybrid forms of intelligence in the future, and not just intelligence, but sentience and consciousness, who knows? But I suppose this is me addressing you people in my day, because I'm talking about this in the future. But I think that most of the time when I'm just talking, like, I'm trying not to necessarily pander just to the people that might be watching it, like, in the immediate days and weeks after I post, or even in the few years following when I post. I'm just kind of like trying to be honest to my thought process, regardless if it's comprehensible in the near term, and even if there are currently difficulties with its legibility in the near term. Let's think about, like, Hilma af Klint making all these paintings in the 1920s or whatever it was. When was it? Anyhow, like, these abstract paintings before, well before abstraction had entered art as any kind of movement, before anybody really knew about abstraction in art. And she knew that this wouldn't be accepted now, but she was like, whoever she was, like, entrusting these paintings with was like, don't show them until, like, 40 years later or something like that, sometime span until after I'm dead. And sure enough, they didn't show them until well after abstract expressionism had become the focus of American art landscape. And then bam, everybody is like, wow, she was way ahead of her time. This is, I mean, I feel embarrassed now. I feel embarrassed now to make such a comparison, but it's just it is just to say that that they're because of the atemporal quality of this medium, the fact that it is likely that this information will outlast my life, and it's not paramount for me to make it totally legible to everybody here and now. But of course, there's absolutely no need to say this at all, because you're hearing this, you're listening, you're comprehending, at least to some extent, and you're here and now. This is your here and now. And so there's just no need to even mention these things. With repetition, with daily repetition, will I start to repeat myself? Will I lose the variety? I don't know. Maybe I'll hone something. Maybe I'll get better at doing this. That's my hope. The way that I'm talking now, and that I can think about, the way that I'm talking about now does seem to involve more temporality than I think I want. That is, I'm talking a little bit abstractly and a little bit about the future and the past. And I have a feeling that there is something more direct, or something that I could be, a more direct way I could be talking. And I wonder about my physiological state, like if it is true that I'm I don't know, like fighting off a cold or something like that. In a state like that, it often seems like it's harder to one feels more kind of trapped in one's body. There's a mental fog. I can't say for sure if I'm feeling mental fog, but that's like the desire to like not do challenging work when you're sick, because it's so hard to do anything mentally challenging if you have like a headache or you're feeling tired or something like that, and you feel and it's like it's harder to move beyond just kind of tending to your body. I don't necessarily feel that way right now, but I've wondered if that might feel like a hindrance. But in the spirit of inclusion and acceptance and honesty, I think just to go ahead and walk and talk anyways is the move, you know? Even if this episode did become a struggle due to that, it might be a worthwhile experience that would, you know, set the stage for future excellence. See, here I'm still talking about the future is still kind of prognosticating. Is that the right word? Hypothesizing. And I have this thought that I guess, you know, I had this I have been feeling a renewed commitment or a renewed focus on this project, and a renewed faith or something with this activity granting me a kind of focus and clarity and purpose that sometimes I get a little bit cut off from, or I get I lose it, or I start searching for it in all sorts of different places. And second guessing myself, and then I come back and I do it, and then I feel, then I, you know, it's just like I remember so strongly why. So far I feel very much in an ordinary state, and it's so funny every single time that I start to say that I start to say that I'm just in an ordinary state, nothing's happening. Then I start to it triggers me to notice that it's actually something more than ordinary to what I thought of, that I more than ordinary about what I thought was an ordinary state. Tight. And then right as I, walk out of the forest into the open, then I notice something about my state that's like, yes, in one sense it's ordinary, but at the same time, there's something totally mysterious about it. There's something that I completely can't understand about it. About its origins. How do I account for being here? same old thing again. Same old, same old. Walking and talking. Like, I talk about this over and over again, but every single time it gets me. It's total ordinary experience, but the more that I notice its ordinariness, the more I notice its extraordinariness. And now the fact that you're here too, it's nuts. Like, I don't see the need for anything special on top of this, really. I mean, so far, to be honest, these past 27 minutes and 25 seconds may be mildly anhedonic. Not particularly pleasurable. Nor do I feel yet any kind of overwhelming surge of inspiration or openness or anything like that. So far it's just kind of this is a normal day. The weather is perfectly tolerable, but it doesn't feel particularly pleasant. Not particularly unpleasant either. I would almost say that this experience is mediocre, but I can't totally say that, because like as soon as I start to say that, and then I just notice like something about the actual process of kind of analyzing this experience and evaluating this experience, and just kind of like starting to investigate like all the various like evaluative factors, or you know, all the evaluative measures of this experience, like how I evaluate it and whatnot, and just start to kind of carefully analyze what my experience is here, and then you know, I come to sort of like a place of saying like this experience is mediocre. You know, there's like nothing particularly good or bad, pleasant or unpleasant about this experience. As if it lies perfectly in some kind of middle ground. Then, you know, then even that, like, there's something weird about that, if you catch my drift, you know? Like, how is it even that, like, an experience could be like perfectly mediocre? Like nothing remarkable about it. It's like that in itself seems rare, you know? It seems remarkable, you could say. I mean, but then, you know, even if I say that, like, oh, then I start to think to myself, well, it seems like I can sort of recoup any experience and put some kind of ostensibly positive spin on it. Well, I'm not really saying that it's remarkable in like a positive way, because there's still, I don't know, like some component of that mediocrity still seems to loom here. Sometimes I wonder I mean, you're probably not unfamiliar with the idea of one's mood filtering one's perceptions of everything else, all the other components of their experience, like the outside world. Like, I'm sure that you've noticed in yourself and or in others the propensity for one to be in a bad mood or a good mood, and one's sort of analysis of the state of the world, whether in the personal realm or the grander scale of things, to be completely colored by that mood. You know, you're in a bad mood and you feel incredibly pessimistic about the way the world's good, the way the world is, or you feel in a good mood and perhaps you feel optimistic about the potential for improvement, or you feel optimistic about the amount of good things happening. Well, I guess I'm somewhere in the middle right now. But like, pardon me. Sometimes I feel like that linkage goes further than people realize. at the way that our perceptions of the world are in fact like I don't know, sometimes they seem just so strongly linked with our interior state that it seems to grant some weight to the type of people that say that the world is nothing but manifestation of your mind, you know? Like listening to Advaita Vedanta people like Ramana Maharshi and so on. Where, you know, it's like the telos of that practice would seem to be just total inner absorption to the extent that the world stops manifesting and mind stops manifesting and thus the world stops manifesting, you know. But like you can probably notice like sort of minor, like slight versions of that just like in your daily life. So for instance, look at the difference in your state when you are like very absorbed in, say, the news, for instance. Like you're like watching and reading tons and tons of news, and it comes to the forefront of your mind and feels so incredibly real and also relevant and like seems important, and you feel emotionally bound up and you feel so interested to keep reading the news several times a day to see what's happening. And so it's like that drama becomes manifested in your reality. But then like you might have other times when you are just sort of like not paying so much attention to the news. Like maybe you even make a conscious effort to just kind of look at less news, and then maybe you realize maybe it's not as like urgently as important as I thought it was, and like maybe if something's really urgently important, like I'll just hear about it secondhand. And so those sort of things just kind of like fade to the background of your awareness. And like when I am in a place like that, and I kind of find more focus in my quote-unquote immediate world, I just tend to have less of the like sort of like emotional turmoil, like the emotional drama attached with this more broad abstract knowledge of what's happening in the world. And I'm not attaching a value judgment here. Like, you know, I'm not saying that we shouldn't shouldn't pay attention to what's happening in the world. But I feel able to like if I limit my involvement in the news, then I find myself able to be a bit more effective and focused, focused and effective, hopefully, at starting to manifest, at least in my own small way, a world that is more favorable to me. But, I mean, of course, it's still related. I'm feeling a vague sense of dissatisfaction with this experience and what I'm talking about. Like I was going on for a while, and then I felt myself being dissatisfied with like what I was talking about. Sort of a sense of what I was saying being like, I don't know, just like not that interesting, not that exciting. Not very, I don't know, not very direct or something. What's wrong? Ah, well. What is going on? I can't believe I'm walking and talking. But I feel scared. I feel scared of this episode not being as good as the last one. But I thought I had abolished those types of evaluations from my mind. What's going on? Am I regressing into thinking about things as good and bad? And now that very behavior pattern of allowing evaluations to exist in my mind is going to derail me, derail my non-dual mission. Am I regressing into dualistic evaluative thinking? Maybe if I just keep, I mean, of course, the only thing to do is keep going. Like I'm thinking about you, and I'm thinking about the quality of your experience right now. I don't want it to be mediocre. Unless it can somehow. Here's the question though. It's like, do I work hard to make it not mediocre, or do I like work hard to keep accepting the mediocrity, and maybe if I do that for long enough, enough, I will notice something about what I thought was mediocrity, and find something profound about it, which is the sort of thing that happens sometimes. And so there is some basis for that possibility. But I guess the only thing that I can be sure of is that I should keep saying things and not allow too much gaps, because in the gaps then I start to think too hard. And analyze things. Apparently there's some kind of emotional energy like starting to develop here. Whereas before maybe I didn't have that as much. Entering into this episode of Walking Talking with a pretty flat affect. And maybe even there existed a preconception that was desirable. Flat affect would be desirable because, it's stable. But it's not necessarily so. Maybe the fear of mediocrity is a necessary sort of genesis of some emotional energy in order to break through the ice, break through the I don't know, the lackluster surface level of experience. So yeah, now there is some what I would call some emotional energy, or some mild sense of urgency or something like that about this time. I'm starting to sniffle more. It's embarrassing. Don't want you to think that I, Ben Bennett, could ever fall sick. You keep doing the same thing and it keeps having to be different. It has to, it's never the same experience. Nothing ever could be the same experience. But at the same time, hello, there's something same about all experience. There is an unchangingness underlying all experience, which could be also called just experience itself, or what experiences the substrate on which experience occurs. It's like a stable in my view, kind of eternal, ever present consciousness, you could say. But I'm getting bored of hearing myself use that word all the time. But, you know, I walk and talk over and over again, and it's not like I ever arrive at anything or perfect anything. I mean, this is obvious, right? This is obvious. I mean, and this is like, you know, this is not unique. This is the same across YouTube, you know? Anybody who's a YouTuber, who's like, you know, a regular YouTuber, has to keep going, you know? You don't get to ever be done, really. I mean, unless you decide to be done and go do something else, but you know, it's just, that's just the nature of reality and of life, you know. You never finished with life until you are really finished. And I'm saying something so completely obvious that it doesn't need to be said. And once again, I'm thinking about our time, our experience. I'm still tending to think about the quality of it. Is it good? Is it worthwhile? Why am I thinking about that? There is a certain difficulty here in how to proceed. Like, I feel once again like the intensity of the limitless options for how to continue talking in any given moment. And I feel that particularly when I say a thing and then I notice in my head a multitude of thoughts springing up from that I could choose from. And totally comprehending that each single one of those options is going to present then an entirely different huge set of further options. And I'm experiencing, so it's like, you know, it's like looking at possible futures, you know? It's what it is. It's auditioning and evaluating all these different possible futures that, and you know that one of them has to manifest and become the present reality. And it's like, in one sense, like, I can choose one of those, and in one sense I do choose one of those, and if I don't choose, then like maybe something's just gonna happen. Like maybe I sit here in silence, but the more truthful thing to say, underlying that appearance of choosing versus not choosing, is just that that's only an illusion. That's just the sort of like illusion of free will, of intention, you know, of like that there's an I that judged all these things and made the right choice, or there was an I that couldn't decide, and then there was silence or you know, or passivity or something. But really there's Well, you know, once I like examine really like what this apparent phenomenon of intention and willpower is and choosing, then I start to experience it as just something happening. I start to experience the self as just this phenomenon that's happening, and you know, all those apparent choices just being, you know, little aspects of this like emergent phenomenon. And but this sort of intense feeling of all these possible futures and one sort of manifesting, it felt just a moment ago, it felt intense and linked to a certain anxiety when I felt as if I had to choose. But then once I was kind of like reminded of and like sort of settled back into the reality of this choosing process being just kind of an emergent phenomenon that's an aspect of the emergent phenomenon of the various components that make up my self, my sort of illusion of self. And I started to just sort of experience that happening. That feeling of anxiety went away, and I started, and it's more like not only did the emotion of anxiety go away, but also the sort of intense feeling of time passing weakened. And then it's like this continual manifestation of present reality, like I'm experiencing more directly as just kind of all there is of this presence, this presentness being all that there is, and this like thing of these future possibilities being just a component of the present, and as well as like these conceptions of selfhood being components of the present that are very much linked with the abstractions of time, projecting into the future and remembering into the past. Which are actually not so different from each other, but they have an apparent difference, which I can explain, I think, in terms of entropy and thermodynamics, but I want it to be relevant to felt experience as well. So like the future seems very different than the past in that it's uncertain, right? And the past is unchangeable and apparently certain. At least it's certain to the degree that we have individual memories and we have history, which is, you know, just collective memory, and it seems to have already happened, to like already have reality to it, but still it is actually still just a kind of projection out of the present. So like what memory is a kind of perception that does actually exist in the present. It is a subjective experience that is only called forth and experienced in the present. Like if you are remembering something, you're remembering it now. You have some image, some experience becomes in one way or another kind of superimposed on your present experience, superimposed on your sensory input and other present sensations and thoughts. And likewise, history, even though it seems like it is, in one sense, it's proof of the past. Like, you know, you have, maybe you have a newspaper from 1950 or something. But still, that's also still something that exists in the present, is experienced in the present. But it does point towards a certain reality in the past. Like, it points with some degree of, it's like, it points with some degree of accuracy to events that happened in the past. The presence of a piece of history or an object in the present points with a greater degree of certainty to a reality in the past than it points to a reality in the future. So like, you look at a house and you can say with a much greater degree of certainty that that house was built and that house was there 20 years ago, then you can say that house will be there 20 years in the future, or that house, you know, will be dismantled or demolished at a certain time in the future. And that's consistent all across our observable world, that the past is a type of projection out of the present that we have a lot more certainty about than we have about the future. And it's like all of it is observing and analyzing the present state of things. You know, you observe the present state of things and you're able to deduce a history. And we also analyze the present state of things and make certain predictions about the future, which we can with some degree of accuracy. You know, that the sun will set and rise at a certain time tomorrow and will keep doing so for years to come, and that you know, if I throw a ball into the air, it will fall back to the ground. But, you know, certain things are so hard to predict. The way a person you know will act in response to a certain thing, like maybe you can predict it to a certain extent but not totally, or the way the stock market will respond or behave. And so the chief difference between this relative certainty of the past and the relative uncertainty of the future lies in thermodynamics and entropy. Let me try and recall here. Let me see if I can explain it to you. it's because, like, you know, what is it, is it the second law of thermodynamics, that things move on a whole towards increasing entropy or greater disorder. And not towards greater order. And so, like, with the arrow of time, moving towards the future, forward, there's so many more possibilities for chaos, so many more possibilities for disorder from the present state, you know, from the present state of things. Things can develop in so many different ways. But moving backwards in time, we can predict with more accuracy, like increasing order from judging from the present state of things. Less entropy. But the thing is, these concepts of order and disorder are not inherent physical attributes of reality. They're in fact dependent on human perception. They are actually artifacts of human experience. That is to say, to say that something is ordered or disordered does in fact it is like dependent on the human's ability of comprehension. And to, I guess, like as an example, to point out how relative order or disorder really is. Like, you can see that it's also dependent on scale. So, like, for instance, like, I'm looking at this deck and I can say that, oh, there's a very clear order to this. All of these slats of the same size repeating in this pattern. It's very ordered. I could describe it in relatively simple terms. But if I started to zoom down to the like aggregate of this material, and I started to look at it through a magnifying glass or even a microscope, I would start to see, you know, this aggregate of material organized in a very random way, and at some particular scale of observation or another, there'd be no discernible pattern, really. There'd be such complexity that we wouldn't be able to describe it in any kind of simple terms. We wouldn't be able to describe it in terms of any kind of pattern or order, really. And then similarly, if you started to zoom out from where we are, like you see this dock as an object, and you know, you can perceive the order in that, and then you'd start to see it as actually one totally unique object among several other totally unique objects that differ in every factor, including shape, size, composition, and so on. And you would observe, you know, if you're looking from like 1,000 feet above, you would be able to observe this scenario as completely completely dynamic and without any discernible pattern, and you wouldn't be able to describe it in simple terms. And so, like, that's why I would say that like the difference between the past and the future is ultimately a matter of human experience. It's a matter of the way that humans perceive and comprehend reality, which and that is like really the way that we see the world is really a mirror of our internal experience, and mirrors are not only that, but also our kind of like neurological and biological structure. It mirrors our emotional reality, like the passage of time, like that felt experience really is bound up in our emotional experience. And like, I'm sure you can observe that in your life, like the felt passage of time, like being so different depending on your emotional state. If you're having like an unpleasant experience, you know, a short amount of time feeling much longer than it would if you were having like a pleasant experience or just a mundane or mediocre experience, or if you were, you know, experiencing a lot of variety of information and stimulation for an experience, that felt experience of time can feel more significant and thus kind of like larger and longer in your experience than a type of day that just like passed totally uneventfully, unremarkably. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Similarly, like if you're having a feeling of anxiety, then it's like the passage of time like takes on this increased intensity and like heavy reality, you know, like what's gonna happen in the future becomes paramount. Or, you know, this like fear about life passing you by. But then, you know, maybe you've had this other experience of feeling extremely calm and like how they call present, and like maybe you've had this experience of like this felt experience of time passage like dropping away. And you know, it makes total sense too. Like being a biological entity and needing to maintain a certain like if I start to feel hungry, then the passage of time is going to take on a stronger significance, you know, and I'm going to be thinking ahead of like, where and when can I get something to eat? Or if I have to pee, you know, it's like, it's hard to think about anything else than that future moment of release. And then, you know, beyond the purely biological needs, or getting tired, you know, it's like, then you're getting tired, you're just like, how can I, you're starting to, you know, imagine this future moment of like getting to rest. But like, so like, you know, biological disequilibriums contribute to this felt experience of time passage for good reason, you know. It's like it keeps you, it's there to keep you in equilibrium. That's like a component of the self-maintaining self. This pattern of matter and energy that constitutes a discrete entity. Asterisk, we'll come back to that later. But not only biological, but like mental and emotional factors as well. Having strong emotions brings forth the linearity of time. I think. I mean, at least strong negative emotions. Like this feeling that something really has to change now. Like this situation is not right. So like, you know, maybe if we are emotionally involved in slightly more abstract knowledge of what is happening in the world, maybe that is a good thing in the sense that hopefully we're aligned towards decreasing these like states of suffering on a broader scale. You know, something's not right on a global scale. We perceive a sort of larger scale disequilibrium, and so we can't be fully in equilibrium ourselves and feel total peace. There's probably good reason for that, it seems.
And it's like you have to have reasonable assurance that your own needs will be met to a reasonable degree for the foreseeable future. Or, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure about that either. At least for the immediate future, you know? If you're in in danger of not having your needs met, then you can't really feel some kind of peaceful equilibrium. But there's this relativity there in that some people are okay and can feel peaceful with a larger degree of uncertainty about the future than others. And so it seems like there is some flexibility in how much, you know, how much we worry about the future. And then even the same person, you know, from me, I can tell, like, from day to day, the amount that I think and worry about the future varies a lot. Hold on a second. But kind of interestingly, I'm tending to find that to the degree that I can set aside this worrying about the future and cultivate a greater emotional equilibrium in the present and tolerate and really like be okay with an amount of uncertainty about the future. If that act of like stabilizing myself emotionally seems to let me function so much better, and like the sort of stabilization of my emotions that result from that actually do help me act in a way that is more conducive to a positive future. Just for instance, like if I'm super stressed out and worried, which always relates to the future, or you know, if I'm like angry, which might relate to the past, you know, thinking about what somebody did, what happened, like having those turbulent emotions resulting from that, like decreases my ability to work, to do anything productive. It increases my likelihood of you know, seeking out kind of like immediate pleasures or immediate like things to kind of like quell my emotions, like wanting to like snack and eat sweet things more often, or feeling the need to distract myself with media more often, or like seeking out interactions that are going to distract me from myself or whatever. Just it incites this like very immediate seeking activity that like I can see as harmful for the future, and it's this spiral, you know. Like it would cause me to be more impulsive with spending money in order to get some like immediate either gratification or something that like gives me some immediate like sense of security or something like that, or comfort. And then so like then it's like, okay, so I'm like spending more money, being less healthy in general, being less productive in general, and then so it's then like I end up like having more to worry about for the future. But if I can kind of like jump out of that cycle and just like do something like this in particular, like, you know, get into my personal kind of framework that really removes me from, I mean, it temporarily kind of removes me from like the pragmatic thinking it removes me from stimulus. It temporarily separates me from like these sort of like intense cause and effect relationships with the world. And I mean by like, you know, sitting in front of a computer where you can instantly order whatever the heck you want and have it arrive the next day, and you can instantly derive whatever variety of emotional gratification you could hope for from the internet, and you can instantly instigate a variety of like impulsive communications with people. It's just like, or like, you know, like sitting inside my house and with access to like food and whatnot. It's just like you're in a realm where there's all sorts of fodder for this kind of cycle. But, you know, so it's like, for me, I found a kind of work that really stabilizes that and really contributes to like a physiological and mental equilibrium, which, you know, starts to like relax this like emotional felt experience of time passage, like, and often to the extent where like this felt experience of passing time like starts to dissolve. I mean, at least totally for moments, but then those moments you experience kind of like the present like expanding to be everything. So like eternity, but, you know, in a moment, as cheesy and hallmark as that sounds. And it's not like I have a fetish for being out in nature, so to speak. But it's mainly just being removed from the. I guess it's being removed from the world of intense and stimulating human interactions, I guess. But I'm still interacting with you the whole time. It's funny, it looks like I'm talking about all of this and while in fact I'm continuously engaging in this realm of media that is kind of exactly what I'm talking about right now. YouTube, this kind of landscape of gratification, of instant gratification, and of tons of fodder for just like emotional turmoil. Like, so much of what is on YouTube is like just churning up feelings of desire and lack of needing, you know, something more, needing to get something, whether it's material or like experiential, or even if it's about like self-improvement or something like and I'm just like here to say that, like, I don't know, like there's really an alternative to all of this, like all of this like advertisement of what you could have or be, what you need, like, you know, like just like take a look at the state that we tend to be in when we are looking at YouTube. Like, I find in me it tends to be that I'm looking for something that I might find on YouTube that would just like alleviate some kind of discomfort or some kind of dissatisfaction with my present state. And, you know, often I will find something that seems like, that is like immediately alleviating sometimes. Like maybe it's some like 10 or 15 like kind of pop psychology video that kind of like affirms the way that I feel and validates the way that I feel and explains it as like a normal and expected component of human experience, but then that like I just need to change the way that I think about the world and immediately change my value system in order to not lead to this feeling of lack. But, you know, and it's like, you know, a colorfully produced 10-minute video, and then I feel kind of better, and then it's like, oh, I should watch another one of those. Oh, I should watch a bunch more. You know, keep watching. And then, you know, what's the result? Then I'm like, well, I just spent like an hour watching somewhat random, decreasingly relevant videos on YouTube, and I don't exactly feel better overall. just like do that until I feel like tired enough to go fall asleep or go distract myself some other way. But, you know, I leave the house and do something like this, or, you know, or sitting and smiling. It's like a framework where I remove myself from all that kind of interaction, just inside, don't have to go anywhere. And at the same time, making a kind of intervention, you could say, or contribution to this very media landscape that I hope like could maybe foster a different relationship between you and this media. Because this isn't, it's certainly not immediately gratifying, and whether it's gratifying at all is called into question. It requires some discipline on your part to pay some kind of attention over a long period of time. And as I've found that doing something that's like unstimulating over a long period of time, something harmless and unstimulating for a long period of time, really can like allow for these sort of emotional knots to unwind in a way that they don't do if you just have access to all these modes of stimulus and interaction that ultimately just perpetuate these emotional knots. And it's these emotional knots, you know, are perpetuated, they are perpetuated by, and they perpetuate the sense of linear time and the like feeling of impending death, you know, as being this like problem, this big problem, and other things. It's like, to me, like all anxiety like is kind of linked a bit towards impending death. You know, it's like that feels to me like sort of the base of anxiety, like or the ultimate anxiety of not being anymore, of, you know, not having this you anymore, and all the components that make up you. But like, when you really let all these knots unravel, you know, letting the sort of like wrinkles of reality unwrinkle and smooth out, and the progression of time doesn't have such a strong hold on you. You know, the knowledge of death like becomes less, that has less of a hold on you, and also it's like you can experience eternity in a way that makes death like irrelevant. You can experience, you can actually transcend what you typically think of as yourself. You can identify with something that is more encompassing, than what we tend to. And this isn't really a feeling of loss. It's more of a feeling. It's not exactly loss. It's not exactly gain. It's like what you identify with, what you experience as you, becomes greater than just your body. It becomes, I don't think it's illusion. I wouldn't call it illusion. It's like, because you can still, I mean, at least in my experience, it's like I can still see all the things that make up myself. I can still experience them. I can still experience my body and all the sensory input around me, and I can still experience my thoughts. But it's also that, what is normally perceived as the outside world, like, becomes included in this identification. And from that, and like, it's more of like a remembering type of experience than like an addition to something. Like, it's addition in that, like, what we're identifying with is more expansive, but it feels like we've remembered that this is what we are. And that it's we've remembered something that we've always known along, like, but maybe it just gets pushed way into the background of our experience, and from that vantage point we can then kind of perceive our more constricted sense of self, the more individuated and, like, perhaps the more anxious or depressed or isolating feeling of self being kind of like a wrinkle in the fabric of reality, like a more wrinkled state of reality. But it's still nonetheless made of the same stuff that this is all made of, It's still comprised of this expansiveness, this, like, everything, this, like, oneness that's eternal and isn't going to end, and that doesn't involve this, like, linear passage of time. It's a manifestation of that nonetheless, and it belongs. But we can look at that from a broader perspective and understand our experience from that perspective in a completely accepting way. While also being able to identify with, comprehend, and perceive, like, such a more expansive view of reality, in which like, those problems become kind of non-problems, or something, like, or they become, we understand them as merely relative problems. Including the problem of death. wow, I have this feeling like just now I had this experience of like waking up from something like again. Or like a feeling like what I just described, like I had like for an instant it's like it felt like I experienced it very directly. Like in the moment when I wasn't saying anything, it felt like I experienced it really directly, even though like all the time that I spent describing it, I don't know, it was as if it was as if even in the description of a certain experience it was as if I was only describing from a relativistic viewpoint, and then like it's sort of like I came to sort of an end of that, and then I felt as if I like woke up from it, or that I all of a sudden like snapped out of something, and that like oh, now I'm really in, now I'm seeing reality. But it's so funny, and then I just go into describing that experience from describing something that's in the immediate past. Like which makes me experience kind of greatly the temporality of language, like of language perception. Oh, you know, language perception and comprehension involving the involving temporalities so integrally. I don't know what to say other than I feel like both like incredibly normal and incredibly not. How to describe it? Like it feels so strongly that like you don't need any kind of special experience. Like the contents of your experience feels as if it's so unimportant to me at the moment. I mean, in a relative sense, it is important because, of course, like I would be having a very different experience if I were sitting home dicking around on the internet. I guess this is another form of dicking around on the internet, but like, you know what I mean? Like now I'm on the internet as opposed to just being on the internet. You know what I'm saying? And this is like serious dicking around. professional dicking around. Pardon me while I blow my nose. It's feeling like just like ordinary experience is just becoming like increasingly like trippy, and that like being like tripped out is just becoming increasingly ordinary. And like without needing anything special for that to happen. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what am I doing here? Nothing. I'm not doing anything special here. I'm just talking without a plan for a long time. It's like, you know, what even is the content here? Like if I had to describe, you know, what I talk about, it's like I can't really. Which, you know, people ask me like, what did you talk about? Well, I'll tell you if you have 4 hours. Like the map would have to be as large as the territory, sort of thing. But it's just like something that's happening. I don't feel a sense that I'm that I don't feel a sense of I that's making this happen. It just feels like, you know, and like very strongly, I don't feel like a sense of I that like actively like shaped my life this way, because like every decision that I have made, like every component that makes up me, I can point to as like having external factors of like, you know, the situation that I was born into and the interactions that I just happen to have, like, you know, pieces of media or information that I just happened to come in contact with in the world. It's like I can't attribute myself or this situation or this experience to myself any more than I can attribute it to just the way that the world is, like reality as a whole. And the fact that something like insanely ordinary and insanely trippy is going on, you know, experience. Like, holy mackerel. Like, like, I'm just, I'm very intensely overwhelmed in a good way. By both the incomprehensibility of reality and the potential for comprehensibility. Like this I don't know, like this sort of edge of understanding. Like, in one sense, it's ineffable. I can't, no particular thing that I say is like, you know, can, of course, amount to this whole experience. But in another sense, there's not anything that needs to be explained, or it's like the idea of explaining this or relating it or communicating it is an irrelevant or unnecessary thing, because like look, there's just this, like look, there's just this experience, and then like there's words that are a component of it, there's thoughts that are a component of it. And when we, you know, when we ascribe to explanation, in a sense, or even when we like ascribe to the process of learning, like being in the mindset of like, I'm going to learn something, I'm going to add to my understanding, someone's going to explain something to me. In a way, we're looking away. In a way, we're like looking into a tunnel, and you know, potentially missing something. Although, at the same time, you're never missing anything. But like now I can just keep talking and just continuously recognize the sort of like limited duality of what I'm saying, of everything that I'm saying, and watch as I say something and then its opposite then arises in my mind, or its counter argument arises in my mind. Its limitation makes itself known, and feel totally fine with that. And just, you know, it's like the talking just being this self-perpetuating phenomenon, and no, like there being no sort of objecthood to the things that I'm saying, no solidity, no finality. The things I'm saying making sense on the level at which saying things can make sense. Like everything that I'm saying is you're understanding in the linguistic sense, and you're comprehending, and you are understanding language, and it is interacting with your mind, and but at the same time it's that's just kind of that's kind of like the structure that a much wider experience is resting on top of, it seems like. But it's also a structure that's just like within the a wider experience, you know? Like there's the making sense here. Like you understand this. There's me talking, and there's some kind of sense being made. There's something that you're understanding, obviously. But there's also this wider experience that you are aware of now, that the understanding is just one aspect of. It's like being contained within it. It's like this wider experience transcends and includes the structure of rationality. There was only like a half-hour period of feeling a little lost, or a little uncertain, or a little mediocre about things, but still in that there's like, you know, the sort of process of having faith in the process. A process of faith, or a faith in process. Yeah. And now I'm just like, I don't know, I couldn't ask for anything more than this. I feel like I couldn't ask for anything more out of life right now. And the communication with you is actually an integral part of this. Because, like, I don't know, if I were, I don't know, to try and posit if I were having this type of experience but without actively communicating it in this, through this media, I think I would feel some kind of lack of you know, maybe being afraid that, you know, of like wanting to like share this. And then maybe I'd start to be thinking like, okay, how am I gonna like share this? I don't know. Or maybe I wouldn't. Maybe like would this experience like resolve the question of other people? I mean, obviously, undoubtedly, what I'm calling my experience now is dependent on others' experience, of learning about others' experience through their various accounts. Pointing me towards this. I mean, and as well as just like all the learning about the world, you know, it's dependent upon a collective worldview that I've grown up in. You know, the sort of like scientific, rational worldview, and being able to test my reality against that. As well as, I don't know, all sorts of trans-rational states and stages being pointed to in literature and other media and personal interactions within the realms of Zen and meditation and art and music and whatnot, etc. Science and physics. Various branches of cosmology. What am I saying? Various, you know, cosmologies. What varieties of experience might lie ahead? It keeps expanding and deepening. Holy mackerel. What might lie ahead? It feels simultaneous. I mean, I feel like simultaneously so much reason to be alive, so much like purpose and you know, not just like purpose in the sense of like a duty to the world, but like just like even just out of like personal like experience, like wow, there really are a lot of experiences worth living for that really make sense out of life. And not in the finality way, but like that to experience this like this edge, this developing edge of manifestation of reality, in such a sense where the known makes sense and the unknown is exciting. And like, you don't need anything, you know? You don't need anything specific for that. Like, this just happens to be my third day in a row walking and talking. And in each of those preceding 2 days, I also had experiences that felt very inspiring and expansive, and yet this one like continues to like feel as if it's expanding on those and continuing to feel compelling despite me getting all stuffy, and it's not like anything happened to me in between. It's not like I'd read anything new. It's just this process of walking and talking, and to be sharing it with you. It's such a pleasure. Pardon me. Maybe it's just all the green tea talking. Maybe it's just that I drink green tea now. Tight. And now I had the thought of, you know, this like infinite amount of options for what to say next. Felt like a wonderful freedom. Any words can arrive here. Can I just try and say a string of words that make absolutely no sense and are like really unpredictable? It's really hard to do. To try and just like say some words that have no continuity. Okay, phone book, macrobiotic, Chumbawamba, desktop, slider, Chewbacca, nipples, glamour. Oh, see, and then but then I'm saying these things, but I can kind of like witness the associations in my mind. And so I'm like trying to find the ones that have the least association possible. Alligator. Spots. Decipher. Clumps. Mash. Gag. Trilobite. Ramp. Nachos. Discreet. Trickster. Glamorous. Oh, see, I said that one already. But there was a little string there that like I didn't know where they were coming from. Tractor. Eligibility. Triumph. Neosporin. Primate. Liar. Cracker. Slippery. Chump. Matchbox. Twizzler. Peloponnesian Islands. Slapstick. Trap. Munchkin. Twerp. Juice box. Cumulonimbus. Saying. Collar. Stubble. Michelada. Crack house. Usually. Salacious. See, I don't know why, at one point I could do it. At one point it felt like there was like some flow, like, and then at other times it was hard because the next word that would come would have an obvious association, and so I'd have to like go further. And maybe that, like, and also like just remembering like some of the words that I've already said coming to mind, and so I want to say other words that either sound like them or that are related. And then every time I open my eyes, like I see a thing, and then that word comes to my mind. microscope, house, strobe, chocolate, cranky, crabgrass, climate, distribution, malarkey, fabulous, mint condition, trip, partita, robin, ornateness, molecules, anyways, I wonder if I reveled too much, and now I'm back in the mundane. You know. Am I back in the mundane? It's chilly. Maybe I went a little overboard, reveling in sublime experience. And maybe I wore out my allotment. And now I'm back in regular old life. Is that so? Well, I feel fragments of personality here, you know? There's a slight element of humor. Now there's a little bit of, there's like a mild sense of like cheekiness or something going on. There's a little like I feel at least a little bit of an inner smirk. There's a little bit of like characterization or like personalization going on. Now, which maybe, you know, you get into like some kind of like transpersonal realm, and then maybe at some point, like that's like a type of void that's kind of like really just like ripe for some personalization to emerge out of it. An emergent phenomenon, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, you go into the void and you stay there long enough, you're like, there's really ripe ground there for the manifestation of personality, personalization, individuation to develop out of that. You know what I'm talking about. But it's fun enough. We don't have to hang on to the void, do we? Do we? I don't know. It seems pretty good to hang on to the void. Don't cave. Don't give in. Don't give in to the temptations of, like, you know, solidification, concretization, manifestation. At least that's my feeling as of late, you know? Stay in the unmanifest as long as you can. It's great. Look at that. Look at this manifest. What a bunch of garbage. What a bunch of world. What a bunch of clutter in reality. Why's there gotta be all this stuff? Why's there gotta be all this matter? Why's there all gotta be all this sensation and perception? And on top of that, you got conception. What gives? Individuation, self-other distinction. What gives? Why do we gotta have all this? Come on. Enough is enough. Why can't we just remain in the unmanifest oneness? Huh? What gives? Pretty tight though, huh? There's a heron over there. Big whoop. What is that distant racket I'm hearing? Oh shit, is it frogs starting to chorus? That would be the shit. I mean, that would be... That'd be something. That'd be, you know, just one something among a lot of something. But you know that I'm just joking, right? Because you know as well as I do that there's not a real distinction between the many and the one, the manifest and the unmanifest. A distinction is only our own illusion, our own mistake. Listen to that. Is that high? Can somebody tell me, is the high-pitched one a chorus? Are those chorus frogs? Damn. We're gonna follow the call of the frogs. We're gonna follow the siren song. It's not a real siren, though. It's a different kind of amphibian. That's like a type of salamander that only has 2 legs. You know what I'm talking about? A siren? Amphibian with 2 legs. They just discovered a new species. Lash me to the mast. That's all I'm saying. Show me a siren. You better lash me to the mast. Hell yeah. Holy shit. chorus frogs stopped. The high-pitched ones. Anyhow, can't let the frogs do all the work. As tempted as I am to just sit there for the rest of the hour and 15 minutes. I'm so distracted from talking now, I can't stop thinking about amphibians. I'm like, this is also salamander spawning season, and I wanna get some glimpses of some salamanders. I think maybe that happens at nighttime though. I think that's when they come down to the vernal pools. You know, wouldn't hurt to look under a rock or two though. would be great to come here at night. I'll try and put this experience behind me and keep talking. Oh, uh-oh. We're gonna have to go past the frogs again. Damn. What is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking. And so on and so forth. You know, self-other duality, and so on and so forth. Subject, object, dichotomies, and whatnot. Various dualisms revealing themselves as such, etc. Doing things for a long amount of time. Emotional regulation, and so on. Ordinary experience and whatnot. I'm supposed to stop touching my face because of coronavirus, but I can't help it. My nose is all stuffy. I suppose just for the sake of any of you watching me from the future, for historical reference, this is the period of time when there's about 100 cases of coronavirus confirmed in the United States, and none yet in my state. So maybe I'm the first. Where am I? I'm just saying that in case it becomes a huge thing in the US and in my state, you know, then we can look back at this walking and talking as being before the storm. Or maybe it won't be such a big deal here. Who knows? Anyhow, we got derailed by the frogs, and now we've retreated into the bastardized topical world, the topical world, the defiled world. Not really, you know, it's, I don't think of it that way. This is a hell of a lot of hickory nut shells. These shagbarks must make a heck of a lot of nuts. Wow. These are delicious, you know. These are just the shells from last year, but these nuts are, they taste kind of like pecans. Have we come down? Are we coming down? From what? There aren't any drugs involved here other than some green tea. It's like we came down from normalness. We came down from sobriety into sobriety. Is this sobriety? Is this ordinary mind? There's very many kind of like signifiers of ordinariness around, by which I mean a parking lot, cars particularly, some other people walking around. Particularly the cars feel to me like signifiers of ordinary mind. Cars in a parking lot. Which, you know, if that's the case, it suggests that I really should just do an episode where I only walk around in a parking lot full of cars. You know, just really get in there into the most ordinary thing. You know, the most seemingly ordinary thing that you can imagine. You know? Just go in a CVS and like stay there for much longer than you would. And see what happens. I would almost guarantee that if you do what I'm saying, if you go into a CVS or a Walgreens or whatever seems like the most prosaic location you could imagine, and it's actually kind of hard to it can be kind of actually hard to think of the prosaic, because they're so ordinary that they don't tend to crop up in our imagination if we're trying to think of what's prosaic. They're under the radar, you know, and like what we tend to think of as prosaic might in fact be a romanticized ideal of the prosaic. Like in literature or media, when there's like everyday life depicted, you know, we'll come across that and we'll be like, oh, everyday life. But then if we actually take the time and look closer, usually that everyday life depicted is not actually like our everyday life. Because, like, you know, it always lags behind like the literary or the media representation of normal life. It lags behind the modern everyday life. Like, you don't have things like cell phones appearing on screen or in literature, or particularly like in poetry, until like far later than they become ubiquitous in our everyday lives. And then, like, even so, it's like it seems almost like edgy or something if like a show, or particularly poetry, like involves something like a cell phone, or like talks about the internet, you know, portraying people browsing Facebook or something. Like, if you see a show that like depicts somebody like using social media, like, oh, how modern and edgy, when it's like so obviously so ubiquitous. So it's, by which I mean just like our representations of life are usually romanticized, and like they harken back actually to the past, and or a romanticized past, in order to represent a certain ideal of prosaicness, like a certain an archetype. They use an archetype of prosaicness, you know. Like the signifiers of normalcy used in the media are ones more likely to come from a bygone era. And that's why I'm saying it may be actually difficult for us, because of that, it may be actually difficult for us to notice the aspects of our reality that are, in fact, very normal. And like, in my case, I'm seeing, like, I don't know, the cars, like the minivan, you know, the like this kind of shape of car that's like more modern, that's becoming more and more ubiquitous. Like it's kind of like I don't know whether to describe it as like an SUV or like a station wagon. It's like somewhere in between, and that's like the shape of cars now. I don't know, or things like cell phones and cell phone chargers.
sitting on a laptop. I don't know. But you know, there's probably even, you know, there's probably even more powerful signifiers of prosaicness that I can't even notice because of how prosaic they are, of how unremarkable they are, that they're hard to notice. And maybe they're relatively less present out here than if I'm in the city. I don't know. Maybe there's just a different kind of prosaicness out here that I'm not attuned to, and maybe I'm perceiving things here as the sublime and then the natural. But like when I kind of discovered discovered CVS as a powerful signifier of a more modern prosaicness, that was powerful for me. And then having an experience of like sort of just like loitering inside a CVS with a couple of friends for an extended period of time was really quite wonderful and revelatory. Like it involved, you know, looking for a cold seltzer and discovering that there weren't any seltzers in the beverage coolers, but there was on the shelves. So taking a bottle of seltzer off of the shelf and putting it into one of the coolers, and then just kind of waiting there for like 15 or 20 minutes for it to cool off a little, and just like hanging out and like in various aisles. But you know, even better, just like go there without even any particular intention or goal, or not particularly intending to purchase anything, but who knows? You'll notice things. You'll find some enjoyment. I'll guarantee it. Try it out, and if you're wrong, I'll give you your money back. I'll give you your 20 or 30 minutes back, but best to go for longer if you can. There's those chorus frogs again. Now that we're not over there, they're going off. Or sometimes it seems like some of the things that are presented to us, which are modern, are presented to us as being kind of timeless. In a way that, like,
is hoping to actually kind of like disguise the prosaicness of their like commodification. Not a best way to put it. To I guess I'm saying that in the modern marketplace, there's attempts to like disguise the impersonal, transactional commodification of experience, which people are increasingly starting to catch on to and become suspicious of, and increasingly seeking authenticity. And so our modern marketplace is responding to that by marketing authenticity in experience in the form of commodified experiences. And just, look at this, at the cultivated vibe you see in the newest bars and restaurants, that particularly the ones that lie on the urban frontiers of development, the former industrial spaces that we're developing, but with a highly cultivated rusticness and authenticity baked into the decor. It's a way to actually like build a bridge towards the commodification of actual urban decay, which would, what would otherwise be unrecuperable. I'm sinking. And take as what's been described to me as the millennial whoop, this type of like nouveau folk-ish pop music that's like half of, like, the chorus is usually just like whoa, the chorus is just usually just like some variation on whoa, whoa, and there's the hand clap, like usually one hand clap per bar, one big hand clap per bar, whoa, and then like a real polished and cultivated image of authenticity, a flavor of authenticity, like just like painted on really thick over pop structures. And it's in the vocal inflection too. The vocal inflection. The real, like, I'm just a simple man who comes from I come from a simpler time. I just happen to be here in 2020, really just out of place. I mean, I don't know, really the 2010s. I just happen to exist here in the 2010s as kind of a stranger in my time. I come from a simpler time when men were men and women were women, and we were more moral then, before all this commodification and plasticization. You won't hear any synthesizers in this millennial whoop music while as you sip your artisanal cocktail in the urban frontier rustic bar. I know, you know, you're not sibling an artisanal cocktail. It's a craft beer. I know. And it's the same, you know, it's the same aesthetic movement in the commercial music now, you know? All the goddamn ukuleles, and mallet percussion. Mallet percussion has made a huge comeback in the commercial music now, you know? Marimbas and glockenspiels particularly, and a little bit of xylophone. Not the vibes, not vibraphone, surprisingly enough, but marimbas, xylophones, and ukuleles paired with, yeah, ukuleles, and on top of that, whistling through a series of major chord changes. Very simple major chord changes. This is every goddamn commercial now. You wanna sell me a car? Me, an American man in the target age demographic of consumption? Me, an 18 to 35-year-old male American? Well, no longer are we gonna appeal to you. You're not gonna appeal to me with this antiquated masculinist guitar rock identity. Oh no. I've surpassed the toxic masculinity era of you know, the American male identity. Now I'm the softer, more sensitive ukulele playing, whistling, mallet percussion, major chord change, you know, folksy major chord change, twee, sentimentality, family man type of security, you know, a secure man. A secure type of man that buys a really good life insurance policy. And maybe, and you know, and probably has a beard. But at least, you know, insists on at least a gesture towards some sort of authenticity in my commodified experiences. Do we do it? Am I a risk taker? Ooh. All right, risk-taking behavior. So those are like kind of like pretty far removed, very commodified, like representations of ordinariness. But it's really but then to be able to recognize those representations as the signifiers of prosaicness requires like some kind of waking up experience, some kind of, oh, I see it. Like once you recognize like that's, oh, that's this is like kind of like an aesthetic that's being, this is a lifestyle and an aesthetic that's being marketed to me, or being, you know, used to market to me. And then, you know, you're like, oh, it's like the surface of you know, the surface image of you know, capitalism and marketing is constantly evolving to try and hide itself. And I'm not saying this in an entirely cynical way, because like now it's like the media representations we have of, you know, of these lifestyles are inclusive of relatively progressive values now. You know, commercials are more woke now. And like that does have a powerful effect when the mainstream begins to come into values that were once marginal and progressive. Or at least on the surface of it. It has an impact. But then, yeah, it's like once you recognize it as you know, just commodity, it's like then you can recognize it as a new kind of prosaicness, which is fun. I think. And then you can just like engage with it for fun as prosaicness. And then, you know, you take these things and you can start to represent them as prosaicness in art, in literature, in media. Then that's a whole new form of fun, you know. So it's like, so it's like this, the aesthetic that's now marketed to us is a romanticized ideal of vague farm to table vibes. You know, the new grocery store in the middle of the like university district in my town is called Heirloom. It's like Giant. Heirloom. You know, Giant is our you know, outdated brand image, but then you put the Heirloom under it. Giant Heirloom. A vague capitulation towards you know, organicness and wholesomeness and wholesome values and artisanalness, you know, a little human touch, little individual human touch on this bread. Not just mechanical bread, it's artisanal. It's about the baker. You're engaging in authentic, you know, human interaction when you buy this bread. Not just cold mechanical reproduction like your Wonder Bread. Heirloom. It's Heirloom. So I mean, if what's being marketed in that realm, I mean, if the aesthetics of marketing is always hearkening back to a romanticized past, or I mean, at least it seems to be presently, right? Like right now it is. Like future, we're not so much into like futurism so much as we are as like reframing a romanticized past in a clean frame, you know, like interior design. Like you got the exposed brick walls, but it has to be framed by an immaculate white sheet of drywall, or else it just looks crummy. You know, you got the exposed historical wooden beam, you know, but only as framed by like that like recessed, like immaculately white drywall in between, you know, like as if it's a fucking art gallery, you know. The rusticness is like has to be contrasted with the immaculate whiteness of art gallery walls in order for this to really be like, you know, a new kind of signifier of wealth and class, to be honest. Like it can't just all be rustic, because then you just be poor. But you have to have a little smattering of rusticness to kind of like signify your down-to-earthness, perhaps even solidarity with the working class. But framed along a very white background that allows you the comfortable space from which to contemplate the natural, the rustic. So it's like what's being presented to us is like kind of what's being marketed to us is kind of like a literary version of the present. a sort of poetic version of the present. And what by present I mean like, by poetic version of the present I mean like an idealized past. And what we have presented to us like in literature, is it the same type of idealized past? No, it's different. It's different. Like when literature like tries to be prosaic, and maybe even like makes attempts to be like shockingly modern, it never fully, it usually doesn't quite lead up, it doesn't quite catch up with the present, you know? Because it's so hard to notice, like what's really prevalent in the present. Like I think most writers can you know, could write something and like maybe involve laptops and computers and cell phones if they want to feel kind of edgy. But for a poet to involve those sorts of technology, they have to be kind of considered avant-garde. Like, oh, I wanted to read poetry to get away from this. I wanted my poetry to be pure, to remind me of an ideal that I'm so often feeling bastardized by my use of technology. So you can have, I mean, there will be literature and poetry kind of presenting to us the same aesthetic, aestheticized, romanticized, idealized past that the fucking giant heirloom presents to us, and like the new bar, the new urban rustic bar with craft beers presents to us and sells to us. Well, there's very little literature or poetry that like would include like the urban rustic bar itself, you know? It doesn't want to talk about the present. Because that would be a little uncomfortable, you know? It'd be a little uncomfortable to be reminded that the aesthetic world that we're living in is something that's being marketed. Is you know, a commercial creation, and therefore like it robs it of its the meaning that it's trying to present, and exposes it as prosaic, you know, the thing that we're trying to really escape when we go towards media or art or literature. It's everywhere, down to the packaging of food, you know? Like the fake like brown color, like the paper bag. It's like either you got real brown paper packaging, or you got a plastic bag and you print on it the brown color, that light brown color, and then like you gotta have some fake rubber stamps on there telling you 100% pure, stamped on there. Somebody actually just stamped it on there. Yeah, on the like Lay's kettle cooked potato chips, you know, kettle cooked. So we had our old grandpa just like sits there with the shovel, shoveling the potato chips into the kettle, cooking them in the kettle. It's wood fired or coal fired or something like that, you know, artisanal, small batch, real human. You're basically making human connection here. You're making human connection by buying the kettle cooked chips as opposed to the just plain old fried chips, you know. Who wants that? You know, we're waking up to the fact that our modernized world like lacks human connection and warmth. And so we can fill that void by buying kettle cooked potato chips with a rubber stamp, you know, cooked in a kettle. An age-old tradition passed down from my father, from his father, from his father. It's my pleasure to kettle cook these potato chips just for you, giant heirloom shopper. When you make your shopping choices, stay in touch with what's important in life. What's human? You know, this aesthetic is like the content. It's like the aesthetic content of the world that we're living in. But just don't look at the form, you know? Don't look at the form. Because then you might feel alienated. It's not about the money, it's about human connection. These frogs are more careful than the other ones. They get quiet as I approach. I guess I ought to start figuring out how to get back to where I came from. I could go all the way back around the lake. It seems like there should be a shortcut to go just that way and get back to that trail without having to circle all the way back around. It would seem, one would think, but this isn't your problem. I'm sorry. Wow, we've really shifted in tone. From like deeply reverential to like totally cynical. It's so much fun. We've shifted into like leftist post-Marxist cynicism. Isn't that fun? Ha! I can see a frog from here, like jumping. No, maybe that's a sparrow. It's a sparrow. Man, this is great. Maybe I will just like bushwhack it and see if I can wind up back at the trail. I don't have anywhere I need to be. It's not like major tick season yet. Plus, I can't resist the call of the frogs, the siren song of the frogs. Damn, this has to be like salamander territory. Vernal pools, you know what I'm saying? They must be swarming down here at night to get it on. Wow. velvety. And it seems that I'm actually on a trail that's going in the right direction. If you skipped ahead to this part, it's gonna seem really boring, but the boringness of this part will make a lot of sense if you watch the whole video. Actually, like if you watch the whole video, this boringness is actually going to be really pleasant, and like eating a good meal, you know, to be this, to now just be this kind of like normally in reality, you know, like the pragmatic things, concerns, like gaining prominence again, like, you know, me just like talking about my practical surroundings in everyday like functional language, like, you know, being on a trail, going in the right direction, going back to where I came from, that sort of thing, talking about things in the environment, frogs and whatnot, just things that seem that are kind of, they are irrelevant to you completely. It's totally irrelevant to you. There's not any insight really being imparted. But if you have watched this whole video, and I can't explain to you exactly why, this seemingly ordinary way of being in the world, like seemingly, maybe, apparently, like, you know, why is this on YouTube, sort of thing, like why am I watching this sort of thing, will actually take on a different kind of significance after what we've experienced together in the preceding parts of this video. Like, you have to go through that part, and it's not excruciating either. It's not even painful. Maybe, I mean, the first half hour is maybe a little bit challenging, a little bit, but then it's just like sublime, and then you go through that, and then there's all these frogs, and then we come back to this part, and then it gets like humorously cynical and critical for a while, and then we get to this part where we're just like trying to figure out how to get back to the car, and it's like it works in the scheme of things. Trust me. It plays a formal function. But you gotta experience the preceding parts for it to make sense. The amount of frogs here really makes me happy. And that's the sort of thing. That's the type of statement excuse me, I'm sick. I'm getting some kind of cold in the pre-coronavirus Pennsylvania era. That's the kind of statement that indicates such just a ridiculous amount of shift of tone, of subject, or just like kind of like perceptual and perceptual level that becomes included in this video in a way that's all connected, I think. If I may say so myself. And what's more about this part right now is that it's just like very mildly entertaining. You know what I'm talking about? It's like it's not wildly entertaining, it's not ostentatiously entertaining, it's not riotously humorous, but you're like there's a subtly entertaining aspect of this experience right now that you are starting to like notice and be a little like amused at, like there's a little part of you that's like, what the fuck is going on, in an amused way. You're like, I don't quite understand like why I'm watching this and why I kind of like watching this. You don't understand why. And you're like, this almost seems like a form of happiness or a form of joy that I'm not quite familiar with. Dang, this is nice. What a fucking good video, if I don't say so myself. With no editing, no special effects, no music, no nothing, except a little bit of something. Just just this. It's tight. You can just mirror my emotions, you know? That's what we're always doing. Now I feel like a solid person. I feel like, look here I am, I'm a person. I know what I'm doing. I got a handle on life. See? You can feel it in my tone of voice. It attracts you. You watch the video and you're like, how can I be a little bit more like Ben? Except maybe you detect the not total sincerity in what I'm saying. That there's like this simultaneous there's an element of sincerity and there's an element of sarcasm. Which path? The little one or the big one? I'll stay on the big one. It's like the meta-modernism thing that they talk about, like where things are serious and ironic at the same time, except I'm not sure if meta-modernism warrants its own, you know, like movement or stage of thing. I kind of think that it's just like postmodern that's matured enough in order to admit of modernism as one of the many valid components of its like multi-perspectival scope, you know. Like if postmodernism was like a rebellious teenager that had to, you know, cast off the shackles of modernity and say, fuck it all. Nothing means anything. Everything's relative. Now postmodernism has like started to mature a little bit, and maybe it's like, yeah, okay, everything's relative, but this viewpoint that we have, this multi-perspectival relativistic viewpoint, worldview that we've developed here is in fact built upon the preceding structure of modernism, and we need that structure of consciousness and that structure of knowledge upon which to build postmodernism, so like we can admit of it as one of the allowable perspectives as well as all the others. But I don't think it's really the leading edge of our understanding. I don't think it's the horizon. I think it's like more and more the mainstream. Anyhow, look at that. It's 4 hours. Time flies. Whoa.
just a thorn. Well, I'm gonna keep trying to figure out how to get back to my car, and hope you enjoy the rest of your whatever. Okay, come back next time, and I should come up with a standardized way to end these things. Okay, bye. That's a pretty good way.